To our weekly Patreon live stream. Let's see here. Good morning. Everyone's doing really well. Just gathering something. I'll do it after I turn on the camera. Good morning, everybody. Wow. Some of you I haven't seen in ages. And by having you, and by that, I mean your names, of course. Well, I'm alive. Put in some 66, basically 67 hours on Monster Hunter Wilds. Very distracted by that. Thankfully, we actually did complete most of the list before Monster Hunter Wilds came out. So, it's like, coming up for air. Yeah, but I'm really excited as always. After all, the main scope of the channel is always going to be video game music. Although it's been funny seeing how many people forget that I also play video games. Rank 80, 83, I think. I've enjoyed it immensely, and I think the rest of the month we'll actually be streaming Rise and into Sunbreak, because I'd like to finish it. I was toiling away. But it's good to see so many of you. Of course, the patrons, and those of you that are not patrons, welcome, as always. We are here to enjoy video game music. I wanted to let you know of a couple different changes, and I wanted to posit a question that's already actually in our patron section of our Discord about the Turandot tier. Would you feel comfortable if the Turandot tier, we did 3 to 5 tracks each week, or more, depending on how many folks are in that tier, and then we move forward into the listening? So it's not just 15 analysis tracks. I try to keep my analysis to 3 different moments in the song. I just wanted to sort of get a feel out for your perspective on that. If that's cool, I don't want to toast myself on all of the Turandot, and then like someone near the bottom of that list maybe doesn't get to have like an analysis that's as meaningful. So I wanted to get some feelers out for that. Something worth mentioning. It doesn't have to happen today. This is definitely something. Oh, hold on. Luna wants to leave. Go. It's definitely something I felt worth bringing up. But I also, in terms of other announcements, this is a big moment. I've actually stopped and pulled away from doing individual song videos, unless it's like a specific thing. So that tier, actually, that Traviata tier has shifted, and I've put the feelers out for those people that impacts, and I'm allowing them to have 2 songs a month on at the very sort of tippy top. So that would be interesting to hear their perspectives as well. That's sort of just the way the cookie has crumbled as things have shifted and continue to shift. And I'd like to actually dive into that today, starting off with those particular tracks that I have actually missed. And then we'll kind of just go through this list. Of course, it's the first. Is it the first week of March? I don't even know anymore. No, so that I can provide actual content for those individual videos, so that they're not. If I do 15 in a row, I'm concerned that at the end of the 15th song, let's say, then I won't have as much mental juice to articulate well thought out sentences and thoughts on music, if that makes sense. 7, 14, 21, 28. So we have four live stream Fridays. So I think we'll be fine. I just wanted to put out feelers. But in any case, let's get started. So I'm actually going to hop over to the Discord really quickly and grab a few of those Traviata tier songs, and we'll listen to one of each here. Hold on one second. Okay, grab this one. Grab this one. And grab this one. Okay. What if every track is deeply evocative? Enjoy your shower. What? Oh my God. I swear I'm not even that tired. So there's a couple higher record stuff. Yes, this entire last week I've literally dreamt of Monster Hunter. I also had a dream of Parasite Eve, and let me tell you, That was not very fun. That dream was more like a nightmare. I did not enjoy that very much. It was actually terrifying. I was very scared. I was running and being chased by zombies. I let some people die. It was very, very heartening and terrifying. Okay. It's Friday. It's the first week in March. We're going to be checking out Lords of the Fallen 2023 Soundtrack 8 Stigmata, which is actually a great track. Enjoy the Shire. Oh boy. Let's dive into this. I will stop 3 times and we'll break it down as we go. These are not on the list, by the way. Oh. Yeah, I think that's a fun place to stop. Wow, what a gorgeous introduction, huh? I really love the horn accents there. That's so interesting because so a couple different things. One, I think it comes from the perspective of, you know, a sort of dire straits circumstance, of course. But having the horns and the trumpets accent that way and then descend down is really interesting because now this track is called Stigmata and Lords of the Fallen is a Souls-like. And so in my mind, there's a bit of a like sort of attack from an aerial perspective, which you kind of get. There's a natural build up to like it really does feel like it's it reminds me a lot of Night and Bald Mountain ever so slightly. And I love the horn accentation because the horn accentation almost feels like what if it was like rapid fire projectiles or what have you, right? So there's something interesting about that. But also musically, I think that it's a really nice touch to showcase how much danger is laden within this particular track by having that. First of all, you have the percussion going, but to really that horn accentation is really fun. You know, like it's such a it's a constant in the first minute or so of this piece. But interestingly enough, what I find really cool is the fact that the vocals come in. We retain the forward momentum in the rhythm, but the vocals act in direct juxtaposition to it. So the vocals end up sounding peaceful even, or like reflective, right, ever so slightly. But they have this like natural sort of innocent quality to them, while the rhythm continues to propel forward. So instead of having that constant sort of like nonstop, you know, we don't end up getting that. What we end up getting is this, whatever it is, you know what I mean? And I think that the juxtaposition of that is really smart and also really fun to listen to. I don't have any deeper thoughts than that. Yeah, but I think that's really cool. Also, yeah, Kartnislav, yeah, absolutely. Send that over to one of the mods, and we'll put that on. We'll put that on a monthly. I gotta film a couple more video game music quizzes, so that sounds really fun. It's really cool too. Short. Yeah. It changes in orchestration there into strings with a little bit of backing by chorus there. It's just really nice. Really beautiful, like non-vibrato style singing in the upper register. Oh, it drops down to the lower register. That's really interesting too. Wow. Ba ba. Nice. It does have a Howard Shorean aspect to it. Feels very much like the Urukai or something. I love the juxtaposition between heavy movement, fast rhythm, but very legato singing, very expressive. Some nice harmony there, even though they're moving with the solo soprano there. If you can't hear it, it's really cool. Thanks, Carton. Brass supporting the soprano and the chorus. Unison movement there with the timpani now. Yeah, I'll stop one more time there and say, I think the really interesting bits here is that you really do feel like it's the heralding of, again, I mean, it's so funny. I think video games really lean into like religiosity, but not in the religiosity that we sort of have come to expect when you like sit down and listen to like a Catholic mass or something, right? We really lean into religiosity as like sort of ushering in like, and I wonder if that's like some sort of like cultural sort of lashing out, or a culture like, maybe people grow up with faith or grow up with religion and decide to pivot in a different direction or something. So the music tends to have this sort of antichrist quality from most of the times that we hear it played. In general, music that sounds like this, it tends to be very unholy, and I find the sort of like human desire to highlight that sound, maybe because we hear like the holy quality in music because we're either forced or choose to go to church. Like there's something really interesting about the polar opposite of that, and using some of the similar instrumentation and the similar styles that we would get to deliver the opposite messaging that you would hear in like a mass. And in this one, Stigmata, I mean, we know what the Stigmata is, and for those of you that don't, the Stigmata is where you suffer a wound, like sort of supernaturally, representing the holes where Christ was crucified. And so, the whole idea of this, it's like something that, would just sort of appear after a while. And there's a Padre Pio is an Italian priest who apparently had the stigmata growing up, and I don't know. Anyway, all that to say, like there's some really interesting imagery that comes with the sort of like burden of receiving those same wounds as Christ supposedly received, right? And musically here, it's almost like that burden is laden onto the soprano. And then whatever horrors come with it are attached there then by the male choirs. And the choirs are interesting because they move in unison with the soprano, and so we can sit and argue and maybe even explore the idea that maybe the soprano is the innocent one who receives the stigmata, and then the choirs represent the burden of having to I don't know, be outcasts or be shunned or or have to participate in something that is painful, right? Not to get too religious, but I think it's the imagery there is certainly musically available. I also really appreciated how there were several moments in the middle of this piece where we essentially have a great deal of backing by either the timpani or it sounds like the heavy trombones. There's a heavy trombone emphasis on the lower back end of this as well. And I think that does a great job of, again, bolstering. There's quite a bit of unison movement, but the unison movement is layered in a way where you can't necessarily hear it, which is kind of cool because it enables it to have this big build pretty consistently throughout the piece, despite the fact that we don't actually like naturally lean into it, because the way that it's composed, we have the constant forward momentum on the strings, which basically like yields itself to the idea that I'm doing that thing where I like listen to myself talk, trying to explain something. Whenever I listen to myself speak, it's like I'm speaking a foreign language, and then I'm like, I like have no idea what I'm actually saying. It's very interesting. If I just let myself go, it kind of makes sense. But if I start to like listen to myself, then I start to get confused by my own words. So hopefully what I'm saying makes sense to you. And if it doesn't, that's okay too. Just ask me if you need me to repeat something, of course. I tend to just kind of ramble on about a specific thing until I pitter out on it. So if it doesn't make sense, just let me know in the chat, and then I'll stop and I can try to rephrase it. But yeah, I find it really interesting how the chorus, the soprano, and the timpani / the brass are actually moving in unison. Now they're in harmony, so they're not exactly they're not exactly in the same note landscape. Now I do think that the men are an octave lower than the soprano, which provides a real nice buoying, and I've mentioned this several times in previous videos. When we add harmony, but we move at the same time, usually what that does is it creates a feeling of emphasis to the solo voice. I think it's a really cool thing to have happen in music because it like really, really like supports the solo experience. And there very clearly is a solo soprano in this piece, right? So then when you add the brass or the timpani underneath as well, you get a real underpinning of heft. So that's really cool. That being said, the strings are moving in a constant pattern. And when you hear that rhythm, naturally, you can say to yourself, well, naturally, that forward momentum means stress, anxiety, whatever. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Usually Misty streams due to no notifications. So did you turn your notifications on for this one, Destiny? Thank you for being here. Major dissonance in the organ here, too. Wow, and in the singer. That's really bleak. Wow. Hi, Toby. Yep. Every Friday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, sometimes Saturday. Huge brass section. Yeah. Jesus. This reminds me of a classical piece. da 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 da. What is that? Column of sound always goes hard. Knut Avenstrup Haugen. It could be a Mauler. Yeah, it does have a similarity to Mauler, but the da 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 da. Oh my God, chat! Who is that? Classical people. Who the fuck is that? It sounds like. It's gonna bother me. I can't think of it. So we'll do another Tchaikovsky. I think it sounds like Tchaikovsky. Yeah, we'll do another one. This is from Fuga, Melodies of Steel. Is that Swan Lake? And then I'll save the other two for next week's stream. I think that is Swan Lake, isn't it? If that's Swan Lake, then I'm singing. That's the rhythmic movement then. So next one is Fuga, Melodies of Steel. And Lucent had mentioned this about this particular track. Fuga, Melodies of Steel, Memories of the Earth and Skies. Artist Lien, composer Chikayo Fukuda, vocals Tomoyo Mitani. The song plays at the end of the game during the credits and a slideshow of all the children returning to their normal lives after the end of the war. The image shown in the video are the same ones shown in said slideshow. Fun fact, in the Little Tail Bronx universe, Linsayara Linarusa is one of the chants used by Fili Neko, the cat people, to channel the no-no and cast spells. Linsayara Linarusa is specifically a protective spell, although there isn't any sort of translation to indicate what exactly the phrase is saying. And then also the next track we'll listen to from Fuga will actually be from Fuga 2. So this is from the first one, Fuga, Melodies of Steel. I immediately fell in love with this series, and I'm quite nervous about this review. Don't be nervous. How often do I ever just say, wow, I hate that? Never. I don't think I ever say that. Sigma. I mean, yeah, no, it's beautiful. I mean, really, like, it really is that sound quality. So for me, right off the bat, emotionally, you know, the way that it sounds is deeply about growing up. It's a song about reflecting on, you know, like losing innocence. It's a song. I mean, it's very gentle in the piano, guitar. You know, you get some nice rhythm in there as well. The sound quality really is about, you know, sort of coming of age. You know, yes, sure, a song, a cautionary tale. The vocals too. It's like a it's like, imagine you're sitting across like someone at a campfire, and that's they just decide, like, you know, to play this song and sing this sort of like almost like a folk quality. You know what I mean? There's a real like passed down energy to it, which feels very much like a song about like having a parent tell a story about, you know, what happened to them or something, you know, rather than just telling them a story. It's like singing it to them, and like the emphasis on the singing there is so excellently lovely. I do think that there's some really nice harmony that it's occurring here again, and not to sound like a broken record, but harmony is really, I'm trying to pay more attention to it, and part of the reason why is because I started taking piano lessons, and so I find myself gravitating towards the inner workings of chords, because so often in a performance career, especially when you're singing solo and not necessarily with an orchestra and what have you, there is a quality of only thinking about melody. But melody, while it's very important and probably one of the most important parts about music, I would say that harmony is equal and essential to enhancing a melodic experience. Like, without harmony, you basically just have like a pretty simple song with one voice. You know, it's not crazy, right? Like, it's beautiful and important, but harmony is what really lifts it and takes it to the next level. And in here, there's some really nice doubling, like where we're moving at the same time, but just in harmony, so in a different pitch. That would be unison. And it does a great job of, again, just allowing us to connect to these kids and connect to this, like, sort of, you know, journey that they've gone on. I'm actually kind of intrigued. If you don't mind, I'm going to bring up the Fuga gameplay while this is playing. And I'll stop again here in a minute. Oh yeah, there's a beautiful harmony in there. Yeah, love that counter harmony in the piano. Actually, there's a counter melody. And then to pull back and just have the violin in there with the gorgeous, beautiful piano. Beautiful upper harmony. This seems like a really pretty game, by the way. Yeah. Upper harmony the middle harmony goes up. That's sublime. So to have it fading away with the piano and it doesn't resolve, it's really interesting. Yada tora yada toro. Do. Doesn't do that. My goodness. The middle harmony, especially in here, is majestic. Let me see if I can. I find it interesting that when the lyrics say that empty feeling, you have one single voice saying that. And it's also interesting because the inner voice at times is actually higher than the outer voice, the melodic sort of center, the like soloist, if you will. And then it goes down and it switches places. So then when the main soloist goes up, the harmony goes down. It's really, really fun and interesting music. But also, I think the sort of like tug of war there musically is really effective at describing an instance of just loss and really the loss of innocence is so apparent to me. It's really one of those songs where it's like everything is changed, everything is over, and yet, we persist or what have you, but we're broken. Then, we've changed. And especially if we're talking about children, it's like, my God, they have to live in this tank and try to cobble away a life. That's like no way to live, it's no way to live. And I think it really speaks to, triumph through adversity, but that adversity does change you to the point that you don't even necessarily recognize yourself, which is really, really, really interesting. It's beautiful, 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 beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with me. Hello. Oh, wait, we have a V1. What's up? Oh, V1 the Machine. First live stream. Well, welcome in. I've already been asked, but are you going to react to the Neverhood 2 OST? I'm not planning on it. No, I've been slowly working my way through the game. Admittedly, I much prefer the first to the second. I enjoy the music of the second, but I haven't necessarily been impressed with the gameplay changes. I really liked how the first one flowed, and the second one has kind of left much to be desired. And the story beats of the second are very confusing. And I'm about 4 hours in, and I'm not crazy about it. I'm also not crazy about the RPG elements of matching colors, and I don't know. There's a certain rigidity with Neverhood 2 that's sort of caught me off guard that I haven't been crazy about, but I do plan to finish it at some point, and hopefully talk about it. But yeah, those are my initial thoughts on Neverhood 2. I like the soundtrack, but the first one is definitely pulling me more than the second one has at the same time, hour-wise. Hey, Carson, how are you? Your life is a giant question mark. Yeah, I don't really get what's going on. I did see that, Death Sci-Fi. I will hopefully be able to take a look at it. My schedule is such that things have been a little bit harder to individually grab these days. So those are the two Traviata tier pieces that we'll be listening to today. That said, we will continue the other two next week. And then as far as getting started here, so here we have Hydro. Message from Hydro. This full OST will be broken into the first 8 tracks. The full OST will be broken into the first 8 tracks, will be in the character tracks in the Patreon live streams, and the rest will be in a separate live stream. Hopefully this year, not next year. Anyway, this plays in the title screen of the game. I see. So what you're saying is you guys are going to grab... I see what you're doing here. Thank you. Cool. All right, so we're slowly working our way through the entirety of the Octopath Traveler 2 soundtrack. Oh no, the first one, sorry, Octopath Traveler soundtrack. And then we will eventually, in a separate live stream, do the rest of the content. Okay. Now, I did make changes to the Romeo and Juliet tier. It used to be much more expensive. At one point, someone had gifted $400. I'll tell you the story on this, basically. There was a point in time where someone had gifted $400 to listen to a soundtrack. I said, holy shit, that's a lot of money for a soundtrack. Sure, I'll do it. I did it. And then I decided, well, hey, that might be something that people might want. If they have money that they feel like giving, by all means. We lowered it slightly for Hydro. We made some concessions, Australia and what have you. We did listen to the entirety of Fire Emblem, which was how many tracks did we end up doing? It was like 70 to 90 tracks. I came back and I said, ooh, that's a lot of time, which I don't have. I really enjoyed listening to the entirety of Three Houses. Let's find a way to meet in the middle. So I decided to lower the price to $200, which would maybe enable somebody who is interested in having their soundtracks played. I also reduced that to 40 tracks or a max of 4 hours, whichever ends up happening first. whether it's 40 tracks listened to in one live stream or 40 tracks listened to in two, but the cap is at 4 hours, just to put some rules in place, just because unfortunately my schedule is such where I have free time, but I also am very busy when I'm working, so it's kind of like a trade-off that I have to make. Obviously, I just spent the week playing Monster Hunter Wilds. I didn't have any responsibilities per se, except for a couple episodes of Free Run that I'm going to make up tomorrow, this weekend. So, I sort of had to make some adjustments there. Also, it's an exorbitant amount of money, and thank you to Hydro, of course, and to Dark Lord, who just, now we're listening to the Evolve soundtrack on Monday, which is about an hour and a half. So all that to say, like, I think it's an interesting, I am always so grateful for folks that are able to provide financially to support the channel, support my editor. The last 3 months I've actually been able to take some of the Patreon money that so many of you are generous enough to give and actually like put it, into my savings. So I'm really honestly thankful for that. I feel very blessed. Thank you to those of you, even if you're not a patron member, this is not just a Patreon member only stream. It's for everybody. Thank you for supporting the channel. It's not easy to run a YouTube channel. There's lots of ebbs and flows. We've been trying some ideas that haven't necessarily worked the way I wanted them to, and also I recognize that I'm in a niche that's very, very sub-niche of gaming, to the point that people forget that I'm actually a person who's been playing video games since I was 7, but, it's okay. I'm fine with that. So yeah, just thank you. And those are some adjustments that have been made. Again, the Traviata tier, I just had to change because individual videos, it's like, I want to, but the problem is I am sort of a slave to the algorithm. And as my career in YouTube kind of changes and grows, the realization is that, the direction that I want to go in order to highlight music in a bigger way, I have to do it differently. And I think like we get more eyes on music if it's part of a package rather than an individual song, where the individual song is very good, but the amount of people that will watch it is very small. And that may be because of YouTube's algorithm. It may be because the interest is, it's a whole mess, and YouTube favors a certain type of content, and YouTube favors a certain type of like genre or positioning. And so I've had to really adjust some things, and not everything's going to land, but I thank you for sticking with me here and not unsubscribing or not, which is fine if you want to anyway. It's like, it is what it is. Yeah, we're just kind of going with the flow here. So I really do appreciate the patience and all that other stuff. So yeah, I saw that. So it's great that Sawano's contributing new music for Xenoblade X. I really, and I'm a little bit bummed because of Sawano, we really can't feature it nearly as much or at all on the channel. I know that I originally had those, that whole OST listen. I'm really bummed out that Sawano's basically like, and I kind of feel bad because I don't want it to be like, well, he's only doing things for money. And it's like, well, I mean, I am 37. I mean, like, this is a job, right? And I'm not just doing it for money. I'm doing it because I love music, and I think like, it's really important to me to talk about this stuff. It just so happens that it's also my job now. But like Sawano's music, I would love to have featured on the channel. It just sucks. It just sucks that like the copyright laws are as they are. I'm doing well, thanks. How are you, Duckling? Oh, hey, Gabe. One of the formats I like a lot is done by another music channel, live streams of full OSTs. Yeah. It is a lot of work. It's a great format. That's why I enjoy doing the like hodgepodge videos. Like, I don't know if you saw the Zelda video, but Kramen actually created that list. Thank you, Kramen. I've betrayed you. Oh. Yeah, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how crazy people can get. Kramen made that wonderful list of Zelda tracks, and we're working on another one, I think with Sirius, I think, if I recall. Hope you're doing well, Duckling. Thank you. Yeah, it was great, really well received. Actually, Kramen, if you're in here, one of the funny things about that particular video is that the absence of the absence of Skyward Sword, was very unhappy. That was a consistent feedback, was that the absence of Skyward Sword was damning. So I didn't want you to take the heat. I took the heat. But hey, Miro, good to see you. I'm glad you've been busy. Wrenching. Next list, we'll add some Skyward Sword. We'll definitely do another one of those. But yes, anyway, so let's we took a little pause there. Let's hop into Octopath Traveler. Some of these I know. Ophilia the Cleric. No Breath of the Wild final boss made you sad. Well, take it up with Kramen. Just kidding. Okay, so we're going to listen to these 3 in a row. I'll stop and start through each one, of course. This is the main theme from Octopath Traveler. Ophilia the Cleric from Octopath Traveler. What's up, Chucky? And Cyrus the Scholar. I enjoy all 3 of these, so great picks all around. Actually, I don't think I remember Ophilia, but just some descriptions for each. Of course, this is the main theme, so we know this. I love this main theme. First place when you meet Ophilia for the first time in the snow area. Oh yeah, this is the one with the leopard and stuff. Just stop when you feel like it. Strings and flutes. Yeah, if you have noticed, my group will be requesting for a full OST listen of the game. We'll go up to Romeo and Juliet after a couple of tracks. Time to take a break. Fire Emblem for now. You can stop if something catches your eye, or very likely your ear. Yes, that's true. The context if you want to play the game. Yeah, actually no, I like Cyrus a lot. All right, let's check it out. To be fair to Kramen, did you know that Midla's Lament got copyright claimed for a cover? Dude, I've been dealing with some copyright claims out the ass. There's someone claiming everything from the Mechanicus soundtrack, and it's like, bro. Hold on one second. I just have to show you. Look at how many copyright claims I've gotten in the last, like... Hold on one sec. No, it's not Nintendo. Nintendo's fine. Until they're not, but for now they're fine. Let me show you... Escrow. Tencent. Warhammer Mechanicus. My birthday stream. Adult VGM. Non-gamers. Soulsborne. And it's all just like random stuff. The theme from Dark Souls 3. No idea who these people are. Next Tone. For it representing Uematsu. Nope. Square Enix owns that. Oh. You're fine. Okay. Cool. And I do have some good news. I have spoken with the creator support team over at Ubisoft. And I know that many of you, maybe you know this, maybe you don't, but I'm a huge Assassin's Creed fan. And I'm very grateful because I mentioned that I don't cover Ubisoft music anymore because of issues with copyright from Ubisoft Music. And she let me know that if anything comes up with copyright claims, to report them to her. So I'm very, very excited because it means that Assassin's Creed's back on the channel. So I'm really excited about it because I love Assassin's Creed. I know that it's had its hits or misses, but like the main themes of each Assassin's Creed are terrific. That means Prince of Persia's back on the menu. Child of Light, for instance, got a copyright claim from the owner of the song. You know, there's just I'm really eager to be able to have more Ubisoft back on the menu. So anyway, all that to be said, let's continue on. So we're listening to 3 Octopath Traveler themes in a row, and then I think today we'll probably stop with the breakdowns over at the Rosatris. So we'll get about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 breakdowns, and then we'll hop into the listening portion of this. Alrighty, let's check it out. I love this main theme. Ba, 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 ya, da, 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 Yeah, sorry, I don't stop when I listen to that. It's too good. You know, an incredible thing about this piece, and thank you for recommending it and putting it on this list. So funny story. So when Octopath Traveler came out, well, it's not really funny, but when Octopath Traveler came out, I was actually in Switzerland, and I was in a French language program for about 5 weeks. I was preparing for a gig the subsequent year, and I wanted to. My school was actually provided funding for going to France. They had a donor that the donor specifically gave money for an opera singer from the school from this academy who wanted to get better at French or immerse themselves in French language. And so I knew that I was going to be doing this gig in France for 7 weeks, and I was like, holy shit, I don't want to go to a place where I don't speak the language, so that would be terrifying for 9 weeks. So I decided to go, my ex-fiance was going to do a gig in Verbier, Switzerland, which is like where all the rich British and French people go. It's like up in a mountain. It's glorious. It's glorious. And I decided to go to Genève, which is Geneva, and study French for 5 weeks at the L'Université de Genève, which is the University of Geneva. And when this game came out, I think about 2 weeks into this program. Yeah. And this soundtrack also came out, I think, concurrently at the same time. And this was way before YouTube even was in my mind or anything like that. And I would walk to Geneva. I would walk in the city and go to the university in the morning at 9 a.m. and I would play this track actually, and this entire soundtrack over and over and over. on my walk. And so this track brings a lot of, and this is one of the cool things about music, is that it can bring up, depending on where you've listened to a piece out of context, if it's created an emotional connection with you, and it's created a sort of emotional bond with you, you actually will remember and have a sense memory, kind of like smell is a sense memory. The audio cues of the soundtrack really remind me, like I'm there right now, walking that walk. I could walk there in my mind right now, and it's a glorious piece of celebration, of journey, of movement, of joy, the possibility of adventure, the thrill of the chase, the joy of, I don't know, stepping into the world and going forth. It's a glorious piece of music, isn't it? And I really, really just profoundly enjoy it. I love the flute. I love the way that it moves and the way that it carries us. And there's some glorious harmony. Yasunori Nishiki is a terrific composer, and one of the when I think of the influence that Uematsu has had on music and video games, I think like people like Soken and Nishiki as like the sort of natural evolutions of the Uematsu sound, the constant repetition of the melody, the constant movement rhythmically here, the being able to create the emotion of joy in a piece of music is really like it's kind of a miracle experience. And hey Smarts, what's up? Hey Diddly Cookie. And it's just a joyful experience from start to finish. It's a mesmerizing piece. It also reminds me of a time where I was very alone, and so playing Octopath, even though I never finished it, in this like borderline oppressively hot Geneva summer, downtown Geneva where I was living. Octopath Traveler, even though I didn't finish it, and I'm not really interested in going back to it, it really was a companion for me for like 30 hours that I really appreciated. And that and Fortnite on my Nintendo Switch were the things that got me through that summer, of all things. That was a weird summer. I would play Fortnite on my, I didn't have I had it was this, it's not very big. So I had to like huddle over I was like just boob sweat all day, just huddled over, sweating profusely with the window behind me in Geneva, just playing with these three British brothers. I remember that. We played Fortnite and we got a lot of victory royales. It was so strange. The youngest brother was like 10. And here I was at like 27. I think it was 28. And that game and this game kept me emotionally stable. I remember when Octopath 1 came out, I wasn't really in a good place, to the point that video games didn't really spark as much joy as before. Octopath Traveler made me fall in love with the medium again, and I'll always remember that when listening to the main theme. Yeah, so, thank you so much, Hydro. Obviously, that wasn't necessarily a musical breakdown, but I feel like maybe it's even more poignant because it's like a real story. So thank you for that very much. Glorious piece of music, always will be. Definitely one of the best songs to come out in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Really, such a great one. All right, let's check out the other two on this one. Let's check out Ophilia the Cleric. I actually can't remember this piece. I'll stop 2 or 3 times. Yeah, what a glorious, also hilarious. So just a side note to this really quick, because I wanted to sing along. I got one of the funniest I got one of the funniest messages the other day. So I had just finished streaming Monster Hunter. Everyone was so nice on stream. It was an amazing time. It was like so like fun. And like end of the day, and I was like, man, I just played 9 hours. This shit was addictive. Couldn't wait to play more. And the first two messages I saw on YouTube were, please stop singing over tracks. It is incredibly cringe. And then the other one was, you have terrible taste. Truly awful. and I laughed at the one about singing over tracks because fuck you. No. If you're in this stream, you're most certainly hidden. You are shadow banned. So if you're wondering how come no one responds to your shit ass comments, it's because you don't exist in my space. Get out of my house. But I found that incredibly hilarious. Anyway, the reason why I bring that up is the flute here. The flute is so delicious and so emotional. And it really feels like the story is it's like becoming undone, right? The story is unfurling itself slowly. But there's like the feeling of like being in the woods, or you know, or just wandering around the world, and there's this tenderness that naturally occurs in that beautiful flute that I really adore. The flute, it's interesting because the flute comes in. There's just it sounds like there, if I recall correctly, there's a flute and the piano, or the flute and another instrument, and then all of a sudden we get that big push into the melody, that I think is really, really lovely. You know, the orchestra, it's interesting because it's such a smart and cool technique to have the instruments kind of be paired back with just one or two other instruments. It sort of gives it a naturally intimate quality to it. And then when you thrust in the terrific orchestra, that's when we get this just vastness of it, right? But it's interesting because it's intimate, but it's also very, very large at the same time. But because the flute starts out quietly and in solo, that's the main thing that we feel. It's almost like the emotions get raised. The dial gets turned on the knob of the emotional aspect of the piece, rather than like their tension or drama. It's interesting how like different things can sort of end up. That same technique could be said for something that is meant to bolster drama, but because of the nature of it is different, it doesn't. This, how do I explain this? So like a piece can do the exact same thing that this piece did, and it can be intense and serious and dramatic, right? But when this piece does it, it's like personal and emotional and individual. And I find that really interesting. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh. You know, I think in a lot of ways, there's a mature quality in that sound. Now, I'm pretty sure Ophilia is like fairly, one of the older of the cast, I think. And what really comes to mind actually is like teaching, but teaching from a place of open-heartedness. There's a sound in there, especially when the strings come in and they double in with that flute and they just fill the space. It reminds me a lot of a mother's love. Those of us that have been lucky to, have moms, people have mothers and people have moms. It's kind of like, I remember when my dad died, someone was like, you didn't have a father, you had a dad, because they were talking about how their parent had also died, and their dad, they had a dad. That song has such tenderness in it. None of it really gets so loud to the point to be overwhelming or sort of heavy-handed, right? There's even when the strings come in, when there's a heavy emphasis on the size of it all, with the strings and with the flute. The flute's always dominant, but I don't really think there's even horns in this piece. I wasn't paying attention to the horns, but I was sort of enraptured by the strings and stuff. And I think ultimately that song is just this deep feeling of love, tenderness. Yeah, beautiful piece. Oof. What's up, Bacon? Red Car, I see you got some dad jokes today. Oh, thank you, Cammy. I appreciate you being here. Incredible how Nishiki captured the exact sound of classic JRPGs. Yeah, for sure. The HD remake sound is profound. The muskrat is definitely a father, but he'll never be a dad. We shouldn't judge, but you're probably right. All right, and then we're doing Cyrus the Scholar. Oh yeah, I love this one. Oh, there's some really nice horns there. I was wondering when they come in. Nice crescendo. And then we reset. And so something really cool about this is we really do get a workman's sound, we get the sound of a person toiling away at discovery, at coming to conclusions, of making discoveries and postulating and thinking and intellectualizing. There's such a vigor in that sound, isn't there? There's a real oomph to it, and obviously it's a waltz. It's in 3/4, and that dance-like quality there can be synonymous with the idea of like having to think or thinking, or what it means to be trying to come to conclusions about things, and yeah, there's very much a toiling in it, and I appreciate how we get some real nice heavy bowing in the lower basses, especially the lower voiced strings are very, very predominant in this, and I also really appreciate that when we do get the brass, it's the French horns. French horns are a pretty emotional piece, so we still get that humanity in Cyrus, but Cyrus is busy thinking. Cyrus is busy getting things done. You know what I mean? He's not sitting still. He's not sitting on his laurels, sitting on his yams, not thinking about what. No, I keep using that phrase wrong. Yams. Sitting on his laurels. He's not sitting around on his butt. He is working towards getting things accomplished. Yes, and it does also remind me of Shostakovich too. I totally agree with you. Totally agree. Is that? Oh, that's tasty buns, and your profile picture is a bun. I was like, why is that bread? Yeah, that's bread on your... Okay, cool. Anyway, we'll keep going. Yeah, glorious counter melody here with the horns. I like that little phrase too. That doesn't really, that's not emotional. It's not sentimental. It's interesting. You know, like that phrase, that phrase structure. I think it's like, is it four bars, 4-bar phrases? I think so. Anyway, again, it really feels almost like digging a hole, right? Like it feels like moving to, you don't react to rap. If there's rap in video games, I react to it. There's no rap in that way. As far as I know, there's like one rap piece I've ever heard in a video game. Someone needs to make more rap. I love rap. What's wrong with rap? Well, I don't know. I have bread on my profile picture. I don't appreciate that antagonism. Anyway, all that to say, like, this piece is, I love that the melody line is not sitting back. But because of the way that we're in a pretty decent moving tempo here, it's pretty alive, and I like that about it, because it's really like I can just picture this dude like sitting there like furiously writing, right? Furiously like, what the hell is going on? You know, I'm a scholar, so I'm constantly researching. He's an active mind. It's terrific. It's terrific. And then the horns kind of boost that idea where it's like, come on, we got to figure this stuff out. You know what I mean? It's cool. That's also interesting. It goes bum, bum, bum. That's so much fun. It's so cool. So I mean, even there, you got F C F C F A C. That's the fifth of F, so it's F A C. Like that. So you have 1 5 1 5 1. which is very, very like, it's a very natural leap there. Perfect fifth, really is just punches you in the face. I really enjoyed that piece immensely. Thank you for reminding me of how much the soundtrack to Octopath Traveler is just primo. All right, Zeddy. Let's do the Heir from Tunic. I will stop 2 to 3 times. Oh, what the fuck? Shit. Wait, let's stop there a little bit and have a little bit of a discussion there mentally. So, holy wow! I mean, what a fascinating piece. Also, there was a question about if I can react to Undertale. To that, I tell you, there is a massive playlist right now that is full of Undertale. Really quickly, not that. This one has almost 1 million views. You check that out. This I have an entire Let's Play. Undertale. Here's an entire playlist of my entire playthrough of Undertale. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 videos that you can enjoy. Then there's a recap video where I call it Undertale is for Children. Then I have all of Deltarune listened for the first time. So I think you should be fairly satisfied with all that. There's a lot there. So this track, wow. So this track is interesting. This track is how do I describe this into words? Heavenly. You know? This track is like facing humanity. It's like seeing it's like seeing, I don't know, it's interesting. I know this is like a boss, right? But what I'm actually feeling when I listen to this is like reverence and feeling like as if like that thing, like I want to see it, you know what I mean? Like I want to, I don't want to fight it. There's an admiration, an adoration, a sense of like, oh my God, like you are, you know, that thing out there is a glorious being, you know, and like, I don't want to have to fight this, you know? Please what? I especially like the melody. Right? It's so gloriously beautiful, isn't it? It's so like inviting. And that's what's odd, is that like the synthetic mix, we also get some organ in there, which is why I'm thinking like, is there a religious connotation there? Because again, that organ is so like, because of the way that the soundscape is so vast. It's like, you know, it's interesting. The soundscape feels very lateral. You know what I mean? Like it feels from like left to right. So there's this feeling of like, it just it's interesting how there's just a lack of conflict. You know what I mean? I don't want to fight that thing. I don't know. It's mesmerizing, isn't it? You know, I'll say one more thing. I feel like the Tunic stuff I've listened to, and I've started listening to the soundtrack not too long ago, actually. All of it feels like this, though, doesn't it? It's all sort of amorphous and blob-like. It's an amoeba. Its intention is not to like bear you down. It doesn't want you to. It doesn't want you to be consumed by it musically. It doesn't even necessarily want to be an aside. Like it's weird. It's like an active, engaging part of the gameplay and story experience, but it doesn't want. It's almost like it doesn't want to be perceived. All right, Kramen, take care of it. Someone take care of it. Do I make sense? Does that make sense? But that's cool, though. Like, we have a natural build up here where it does start to become more present and more dominant and more of a prevalent force of being musically. It's almost like whatever this boss is, maybe it sheds itself and it becomes, I don't know, 40 the air/life formed. So I don't know what that title means, but maybe there's a second phase, or maybe there's like an increase in intention. It's very fascinating. Wow, that's amazing. I find that piece is like transcendental. You know what I mean? It's like it's both meditative and combative at the same time. Like it both makes you ponder like the purpose of existence, and also makes you feel like you're supposed to sit still. You know, like it both wants you to take action and also wants you to be non-existent. It wants you to like, you know, it's fascinating. In a way, that's like a really deeply spiritual piece, isn't it? There's a little bit of melody interpolated between all of it. There's this incredible like glistening of diamond or glistening of glass, and then you get this melody. I love that piece. Yo, guys, I hope I made sense. I don't know, man. Like pieces like that, sometimes I feel like I'm just like pulling shit. So this is the thing, is that when I'm pulling stuff out of thin air like this, half the time I don't even know if it makes sense or if it's fair or real or accurate or whatever. Like I'm just kind of like this. It's all like stream of consciousness. So like it could make no sense. If it doesn't make sense, just let me know. But to me, like that piece is so, you can't even like really talk about a piece like that. Like it's so like otherworldly, you know? Like it like makes you think, but like of what though? That's like totally up to you. It's like totally like an interpretation experience. Like it's crazy to me that's a boss theme, because it just doesn't sound like what we traditionally, picture or hear when we think of bosses. But what we get there is like so like ethereal and like otherworldly almost. It's great. Really, 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 really cool. Whew. Loved it. Man, it's amazing what your body will do when you don't analyze a piece of music for a week. Like over here, like, I gotta play Wilds. All right, Lord of the Rings online. Nice. The Shadow Rises. This is the same. This is oh no. It's oh, I know his name. No long-winded explanation for this one. I just really love this game's music. Yeah, The Shadow Rises. Am I going to have the juice for yours? How far down? Yeah. Yeah, no, we're good. I'm going to stop at yours, and then I'll finish the rest of them next week. I'm just going to mark that. Let me mark that in orange. No, yeah. That's where I stopped. Once I stopped. All right, Lord of the Rings Online. I've been playing this touch and go. It's really cool, actually. I can't believe it's like still fully going. Mordor. Chance Thomas. That was the composer of this, I think. Oh, Bill Champagne. Oh, this is the... Ba, 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 ba. Yeah. Ba, 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 ba. I mean, terrific. Like, okay, so this is the opening theme that you listen to when you hop into Lord of the Rings Online. Just for the sake of why is it? Oh, because of the... I was hoping to just pop in really fast, but I think they're doing their 64-bit server transfer, so I'm not sure that I will be able to. Oh, sweet baby God. No, I can't. Okay, well, let's just... Anyway, so, you know, it's not dissimilar to, like, many other opening themes. Like, you think of World of Warcraft, right? You think of you know, any sort of MMO that has not so much Guild Wars, but although Guild Wars, yeah, same thing. It's no different. It's getting your foot in the door. You know what I mean? It wants you to push go. Don't ever reference Gore Magala in this chat again, or you will be banned. So all that to say, like, I love how it starts, because it starts where you kind of like, you're kind of ethereal. You're not really sure where it's gonna go. What's happening here? And then all of a sudden you kick in with that sort of heroicism, you know? Ba 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 da da, right? Isn't that incredible? That's sarcasm, by the way. About Gore Magala. You can stay. I love the emphasis on that. You know what I mean? Let's listen back really quick. Like classic tension, you know, small movements, some flats, some sharps. And then right there, you already get the moment, the reference of it, right? Now there's natural tension, and then we launch into bam 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 rum bam bam bam. So why does that work? I mean, this is like the crux of the piece, right? So it works for a couple different reasons. You have the timpani going thum, 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 bum, 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 bum. Then you've already heard the melody earlier, but you didn't know it. And on top of that, you get this beautiful French horn. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. You have some natural like crescendi at the end of the phrase, which really send it home. Now, it doesn't happen on every single phrase, but it does happen on many of them. What would I do if I had to fight Gore Magala right now? Or you mean Al Gore? There's two different types of Gore. How could you say that about a child? Gore Magala is still learning. Is that why it runs around and tramples all over me like a cat? A kitten? He's an asshole. Really nice doubling. Ba, 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 ba. And that's just so clean. Ba, 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 ba. Just terrific re-accenting and stuff. What would you do if you had to fight Crash Bandicoot riding Gore Magala set to country music back? First of all, Basil goes from behind. Like, I would fight the Basil guy. I can't wait to fight Basil guys. I don't think he'll be in Wilds. Listen, I tried the third Crash. It's very good. It's just the first one that causes me immense emotional torture. Gore Magala is actually fine, because I'm willing to give Gore Magala the benefit of the doubt, because it is a child, okay? It's not my fault that I have to fight it in poorly created, very small maps. Okay, if I were to fight him in an open field, an open winter field, I'd be very happy. But for whatever reason, the devs of Wilds decided that 3 of their maps needed to be small and basically circular hallways, when they've got things like the plains and the forest just sitting there. More so the plains. I love how open the plains are. Ugh. What if it's both Gormagala and Rathalos at the same time? Well, that kind of slander will get you removed from the mod team because that's insensitive and disrespectful. And as far as country music, I don't want to talk on it. I don't want to talk about it. Rathalos is such a bitch. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care how many Monster Hunter people fight me. Rathalos sucks. Okay? Not as much as Rathian does. Anyway. Natural tension here. That's interesting. That's a fantastic way to weave in heroicism mixed with danger, because the very last 30 seconds were incredibly enthusiastic and very heroic, right? Very symbolic of heroicism. And yet this back half here, again, this little corner, suddenly is back to being menacing. So you have this constant clash between the forces of light and the forces of darkness, right? And I think that's really, really cool. What's up, JC? So the blend there is terrific, and it weaves into each other without being too abrasive or catching you off guard. It's actually really exciting, isn't it? That's a great piece. I think, the Lord of the Rings Online has been around for forever, and I think also MMOs as a genre are kind of on their back legs. Like, they're trying to fight back. They're trying to stay relevant. I do think that those of us that enjoy MMOs, myself included, but not the subreddit MMORPG, who seemingly hates all MMOs, we all want the genre to continue to innovate itself and try new things. And unfortunately, I think the nature of MMOs is hard. And I feel like those that have their roots firmly staked into the ground are still going really strongly. But it's amazing how many people think like the Lord of the Rings Online, myself included, is dying or dead. Same with Guild Wars 2, but Guild Wars 2's marketing is such ass that you would never think that it's actually doing incredibly well, and it's probably in the top 3 MMOs that's out there right now, that and ESO being a sort of, slight fourth / also third, with WoW and Final Fantasy 14, though you can argue right now that Final Fantasy 14 is going through its own bit of like stagnation pain. All that to say that, I really, it's a really good old RPG MMO where it's still very alive and very well. The fact that right now they're actually finally fixing their servers so that there's less rubber banding and less general, like, any sort of lag or / latency. So it's pretty cool how the devs of the Lord of the Rings Online are still out there, still working on it, and there's still like a pretty loyal fan base. And it's a great little game, I have to say. Whoa, big shift. Whoa. Wow. What an amazing piece. Thank you for posting this, Gremlin, because I hadn't actually listened to the entire thing, just the part where I'm logging in and it blows out my eardrums. It's a terrific little piece, isn't it? And I think it really does have this ebb and flow that just constantly is present, especially like the back half. We do get some sort of like, again, that sort of holy quality. There's one section where the horns sort of take over again, and it's a slower version of the main theme, which is just delightful. And again, it feels like the heroes are going to win, and yet as it progresses towards the end, we have this where it kind of leaves the question. There's a question mark. You know, it's lovely. It's a great little piece. I really appreciate it. As a certified MMO enjoyer, any excuse to listen to MMO music is always a delight. Oh, Paper Mario and the Origami King or Miitopia? Who allowed the silly Paper Mario game to have such an awesome final area theme? Or who allowed the silly Me game to have such an awesome final boss theme? Let's do Paper Mario. I'll stop 3 times. Wow. What? So two of the like sort of thought processes I've had while listening to this, well, 3 actually. First of all is, excuse me, why is it so good? Like it's Mario. I mean, it's never bad, right? Like it's always just really like wonderful to listen to. I I was going to say winlicious. I meant to say delicious. And can you tell that my brain is starting to turn to gloop after like 6 of these? But the one thing I'd say, well, 2 things. One, it reminds me a lot of Attack on Titan, which is really bizarre. Like, what? Partly, I think, because of the drum set. There's also the really interesting vocal line. And then you also have that violin that's also standing out to me as well. And all 3 of those come together to create this real powerful feeling of like, holy shit, like we're in a bad spot. Like this, nothing about this is positive. You know, like this is really dangerous. This is like a terrible, terrible situation. Don't you think? Like there's nothing good coming out of this particular circumstance. And in fact, Mario here is at a huge disadvantage. And that's kind of the theme that really comes across to me quite a bit in this, is that I don't feel like Mario can really get out of it. You know, this is, there's just, imagine Paper Mario in Attack on Titan. Just kicking the Beast Titan in the face or something. Oh god. So yeah, and I really love that the vocals actually are like the spooky stuff that you would usually get in a castle. So you get the spooky stuff. Like there's not been a lot of like optimism to signify Mario and his friends. It's really about the environment. The castle is like wants to eat him. Yeah, but that's cool too. So just to stop one more time in this little corner is that we got so then that actually repeats multiple times, because then you go dum da dum da dum da dum, right? So in the bass, dum da dum da dum da dum, we never lose that, which is really cool. But this little piano act, I love it. I love it. I suppose that could be attributed to Mario. This is right there. That's that. That sounds like what's that song? It's from that has an Attack on Titan. It's almost like was it Appleseed? I can't remember. No, it doesn't matter. This little corner. This little corner is the minute that I started to feel like Mario might actually turn the page. Paper Mario turning the page. Origami. This little corner is where I feel like maybe Mario has the upper hand, and then whatever the situation is, like maybe things aren't so bleak. So you have the strings, yada 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 yada, but you do have this one section where the upper strings are suddenly taking over, and it feels like, oh my god, like Mario's actually like okay, you know, like maybe Mario's actually going to be fine. But in order to get there, we've navigated 4 minutes of basically an entire piece that the castle is just saying, you know, this is it for you. You're done. You know what I mean? But Mario refuses to give up, and there's just a little bit of a glimmer of hope in there. But it's ever so slight. I think it happens right around here. Yeah, it's in those strings. Listen to the upper. But you still have the bass that continues to move. Boom, 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 boom. That's continuing to move and making us basically like recognize that we're on a treadmill towards disaster. Yada, yada, yada. Love this piano in here. Oh, you know, that part. Oh, the fact that we go up. Da, 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 da. There's also a possibility there, isn't there? Da, 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 do. Oh, Mario's got it. We can do it, Mario. Come on. That's the part where we get that little bit of emphasis of emotion, of like possibility of winning this. You know what I mean? It's cool. What's up, Blazing? Yada da yada. You also had this really cool walking bass that occurred in here too, which was really fun. And I think that also captures a bit of the stress of the world. You know what I mean? Stress of the situation, the stress of the castle, which is really cool. Man, what a dense piece. Like, I feel like I barely touched the surface, but also like I feel like there's so much to enjoy and explore in that. Yeah, that's cool. All right, Rayman 3. One of my arch nemeses from a game of my childhood. The theme of a hag witch chasing you around her home. Huh? I love the instrumentation of this chaotic track. I might as well be eating bread or bark. This is amazing. Dude, this is absolutely sick. This is an incredible piece. So, first of all, it sounds like a traditional classical piece, but like on drugs, right? So you get violin pieces that are like this, right? And that's normal, right? Which I love. Now, the drum and bass is fucking crazy. There's like a period there of like maybe 15 seconds of drum and bass. Just crazy delightful. Yeah, exactly. It's like hopped up concerto piece. Then the upright bass is just going up the scale, like up the notes of the piano. And so granted, you're being chased around by a witch, and this does such an amazing job of feeling like you're ever so close. Like it feels like nails on a chalkboard. It feels like the fingernails of the witch, or it feels like the fear of being chased, like having that thing on your shoulder. Flight of the Bumblebee. Kind of, yeah. It's fantastic. It's fantastically like high octane, but it's high octane not in the sense that it just feels like you're being chased around in a giant circle. And it's like, no, get away from me. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. But like, this is what makes video game music so damn cool, is that here you have like a traditional classical hardcore fast-paced violin mixed in with a very virtuosic and incredibly difficult thing to theoretically produce. Now I assume this is MIDI or it's done on a synthesizer, right? Then you have this terrific bass, this terrific rhythmic pattern that is actually kind of doing its own thing. There's a bit of out of focusness. So it sounds like the actual tune is what you do is if you remove the violin, that's the piece of music. But instead you throw the violin and it's like, holy shit, she's chasing me. You know what I mean? And it changes the whole dynamic of the piece. Like it goes away from being like really cool and confident to being like, oh fuck, you know what I mean? Like it's... Like, this is the piece. This is the core of the piece. Listen to the bass walking up. Boom, 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 boom. And then walking back down. Boom, 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 boom. It's just doing a scale. Bum! And then those big orchestral bump. That's as if you're being caught for a second, or like it grabs the back of your hair. You're like, oh no! Ah! You like elbow them in the face or something. And this right here is like pseudo jazz. Brilliant. I want to show a non-gamer this piece. Thank you. Terrific piece. Terrific piece. I loved it. Just delightful. Crazy. Insane. Delightful. It's like the perfect example of, I feel like video game composers end up having way more fun than modern like classical composers that have to stick to certain rigidity and certain rules. Video games say, fuck all your rules. Let's just have fun. And that's really apparent there. Let's listen to Mannerheim Line, since Germans are my third highest demographic of people that support the channel. The music mixes the piercing northern cold with the anticipation of battle thick in the air. Artillery and rocket attacks have also begun. That's a sick start. So it feels atmospheric and stuff, and then you hear the shelling and all the artillery fire. And then here is when the orchestra actually comes in. It's really cool. Let's just listen to that one more time just for the sake of listening to it. Listen to this. It's the wind howling. Wind's howling, right? All that. You hear the thumping. There's a little bit of almost a choral background. And then music seemingly comes out of nowhere. Right there. Tension in the air for sure. Fear. Huge, huge brass there. Mannerheim was president of Finland. I shouldn't have connected it to Germans, I'm sorry. I thought Mannerheim. Okay, well. Again, there's this moment there where the battle sort of starts, and there's a big climax right around in here. It's like the stillness right before something incredible happens. And then that thing happens, and all of a sudden it's like it almost like shuts down, the veil gets lifted, and suddenly it's just noise. You know what I mean? And I think the synthetic instrument here, the sort of like the messing with the is really effective because it's almost like technology at the forefront, or that war is unnatural. Like there's a science fiction effect that produces, where it leaves us kind of like almost stunned at the possibility that these things can occur, that a battle has to happen. There's a sound in that of like almost like wishing that it wouldn't happen. You know, there's a twinge of regret in it. There's a twinge of like sadness that we're willing to fight for the, you know, it's really interesting. Wow. You know, if there was ever a track that would make me to hop into World of Tanks, it would be that one, because the soundscape there really, especially when the vocals come in, it's just stunning. It's just stunning, you know, like the feeling of that music is really that of the human spirit, of being able to commit incredible atrocities, and what it means to have humanity and spirit, and yeah, it was actually shocking. Oh, is there lyrics here? No, I didn't see it. But yeah, truly. Oh wait, here. No. Anyway, all that to say, like, it's just it's such a visceral thing, and it feels like the like whispering of the human spirit that says, you know, we will keep on, or the human spirit saying, like, I may have to commit this atrocity, but that's not what my soul says, or what have you. There's a real elegant brutality in that. That's just so incredibly powerful. What an amazing piece of music. Really just divine and simple, really. You know, it's not that crazy. It kind of repeats itself. But it just has this thing about it that's so visceral. Really terrific. Really terrific. Last of the turn dots for today will be Renshin, Super Robot Wars 3 Alpha. Good evening, Remus. Skill, the ending theme for Super Robot Wars 3 Alpha, another hot-blooded jam project masterpiece. What the fuck? That's it. I want to keep it. I mean, holy balls. So the first half of this, I was like, oh, your classic March, you know? Your classic, like, pride, patriotism, strength, you know, all that other stuff. And then it pivots. And what's really crazy about this track is just like the sound is really like celebration, you know? It's like celebration of the indomitable human spirit. Not totally like the World of Tanks piece, but in a totally different way, right? I love the upper register singing on that guy, especially like, first of all, I love the wow. You just can't help but not get amped up.
This month is yours.
Oh, 3 months. Thanks. Thank you, Rizpol. Thank you for your 3 months. I appreciate that. I just really love how enthusiastic it sounds. There's so much like body to that, especially in the upper register. Like, first of all, that kind of singing is so incredibly difficult to pull off. And that like 80s, 90s Japanese, like, it just reminds me so much of like Rush, or, you know, those guys, those metal bands in the US, but just in a more visceral way. It's so much fun. More than anything, it's like fun. And it's just like so fucking cool. You know what I mean? There's so much that goes into this, to like the production, the way that it like hits on the chords, like it does, it's like screamed, but it's screamed in like a sense of like, there's so much enthusiasm in it, you know? I can fly, but also just, again, going up to the upper register like that, it's just so much about triumph, isn't it? It's terrific singing there. That too, like, to me, just feels like, it feels like gathering the forces and everyone just being completely together. I don't know what to make of that, but it's just delightful. You know, I haven't really been exposed to like that sort of style of music, or like, you know, your 80s, like, I don't even know what kind of band that is, but like anime opening sound that produces. It's just such like a punch in the face. It's like so exciting. It's really hard to not, like, you know, not be enthusiastic about that, isn't it? I mean, it's impossible. It's so much fun. It's just crazy. I mean, like, the singing like that is so incredibly hard, and yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it a lot. That's wonderful. All right. All right, so we're gonna start up next week with Mieru's mom. Welcome back to the Mieru clan. Appreciate having you back. It's nice to see all of you. We're gonna hop down over to Apple Reach. I'm gonna go get a snack really quick, and I'll be right back. And we'll start up with some Neverhood since I'm into some weird stuff today. Be right back. Go up. I'll pick you up. Hello. Hello. Alrighty. Let's hop into Neverhood. Continuing the weird topic, here's another Neverhood piece. So you enjoyed, if that's the right word, cough drops? Well, get a load of this. Homina.
Homina, homina, bird, bird. 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 La 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 la, ma ma ma, la 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 la, la 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 la. Oh. Homina, homina, bird, bird. 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 Yep.
What the fuck? What? Did you say something? What's that? Smell it. Did you say something? No. That is crazy. At first it was like pretty normal, like just blues, and then it got weird. Super strange. I liked it. It's definitely going on the next weird music video, so thank you for that. I picked the wrong one. Shit. What in the feet? Classic. Thank you. What are you doing? What are you doing? What? What? Hello? What? Luna. What was your main in Monster Hunter Wilds? They want to know. Let him know. What was your main... Did you have one? Did you have one? Did you have a... Oh. What? Hey, that's rude. What? What? No. You sit down and think about what you did. What? Don't talk to me that way. You will not. That's rude. Don't talk to me that way. Farde mal diavolo. Vanillaware, you cowards, please release your games on PC. Well, they really haven't released any of their games on... Luna, do you like the hunting horn? Do you like the hunting horn? Huh? Do you like the hunting horn? Yes or no? Yes or no? Luna, do you like the hunting horn? Do you like the hunting horn? I'm asking you a question. What? What? Do you like the hunting horn? Hello? She won't answer. Do you like the hunting horn? Hello? She won't answer. I've been asking. She's just looking at me. Hello? Do you like the hunting horn? Go. Sorry, hold on. Hold on, guys. She wanted to be with her mother. All right, let's check out Unicorn Overlord. I like this game. I need to actually like play it. Wow. I'm such a sucker for pieces like this. First of all, it's so Fire Emblem coded, which is totally fine. It definitely overlords my unicorn. I mean, it's true. Damn, I couldn't do it with a straight face. I hate myself for that joke. It's really, really good. I mean, it's just a mesmerizing piece. So much intensity in it. I love, love, love vocals that are like this. I love tight harmonies like that. Really just, it nails it. Especially really love the back section here. The back half here feels so resplendent. There's so much hope in it too. It's like so good. And it's visceral. I think it's visceral because of the vocals. And it's amazing how vocals can make a piece so intense. Yeah, just what an absolute. Listen, ever since I filmed that adult game video, I've not been the same. So if anyone wants to blame anybody, blame yourselves, okay? Love that track. You opened the innuendo door, and I have never been the same since. Oops. God, what color is it on that one? Cladun, this is an RPG. Was a three-way tie between Slicing the West, Night of a Foreign Country, and this one. But I have the most nostalgia for this one as I used to play it a lot during my long walks in the Texas heat. Water that connects life. I will blame the mods. I'm pissed off at the mods today. It's the mods' fault. Chat, you're exceptional. We don't even need the mods here right now. I'm just kidding. Wow. Just kidding. Appreciate the mods. Very much. Oh, fuck yeah. I have not listened to Einhander. That username. Oh my god. Dude, I fucking love this song, by the way. This song is incredible. So, like, what an I mean, it's so simple, so repetitive. Fucking love the violin. I just love it. Great track. What an amazing track. Totally did not know what to expect with the name Cladun. This is an RPG. Kind of expecting somewhere middle of the road. Love. That's like such my jam. I just love it. And it could just repeat 10 times. But I think that's the thing. It's such a simple melody. And I think that's really what catches it, right? It's like desperate, hopeful, enthusiastic, has possibility behind it. Like I love songs like this, you know? Nothing quite as good in your full OST listen through. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, well, what a great piece. Really just like a standout. What a highlight. Don't mind the loops. And we got Papa Punani Man in the chat. So what could be better than this current moment? So yeah, really incredible. Thank you for that. I cannot believe that username. That is so funny. Holy shit. That is one of the funniest. That's almost as funny. Well, no, that's like the other one that was really always funny to me was Eula's left tit. Just always just cracked me up. Oh boy. All right, let's check out. You know, a girl that charts love at the bounds of this world. PC 98. No, Punani, not Punami. Punani. I know we haven't seen Eula's left tit in a really long time. Pour one out for Eula's left tit. The Bird, of course. Reminiscence. This is a visual novel. All right, cool. Wait, Papa, I gotta ask you a question. Without drawing attention to you, the chat's pretty friendly, so no one will judge you. But why? What happened? Were you just like, is this taken? And then you just wrote it down? Like, I just can't believe that's even like allowed. How is that allowed? Have I ever tried Googling it? No. What? This track, composed by Ryu Umemoto, rest in peace, fills you with a sense of nostalgia. And personally, this was the track that made me realize that I wanted to write stories and make music around those stories. Good thing I was 18 and was about to graduate from high school when I discovered what this game was. I swear to God, I only played it for the music at first. Oh. Wow. So this is made on PC 98. Oh, fuck. What? He died at 37? Chronic bronchitis? That's incredible. I mean, like, it's just ethereal, you know. And the really interesting thing about this is that, you know, Ryu Umimoto was self-trained, and grew up and was a Buddhist, a practitioner of Zen Buddhism, which I find really interesting because it has a strong influence on that melodic music, spiritual undertones. You can definitely hear the sort of like vastness and the spaciness of it. It really does feel like being far away and like reaching out to that other shore, you know, and there's a concept in Buddhism that I find really interesting where basically, like, you know, your average person is always looking to go somewhere else, right? And in Buddhism, they really, you know, preach and talk about the idea of living here. The other shore is here. This is the other shore. It's a really interesting thing. I've studied a lot of. I actually almost decided to convert to Buddhism. For a long time there, I was reading a lot of Zen Buddhist books and Buddhist books and Thich Nhat Hanh, you know, Dalai Lama and stuff. Mostly Thich Nhat Hanh, and there's also John Kabat-Zinn is the sort of the father of something called MBSR in the States called mindfulness-based stress reduction, and I have many books by him, and Jack Korngold is another one, and there's Pema Chodron is another one, just like general, even reading the Zen Buddhist books and like how it is to live, and the philosophy of Buddhism is so interesting, and to read how it influences a person in creating a piece like this. First of all, on a PC-98, I mean, like, holy crap, like the limitations were actually you know, we see this a lot. It's true. Redcar mentioned it, that the, you know, we see a lot of the limitations actually creating the most progressive, like, evolution of music. And I think like that's a prime example of how glorious that is. Like, that's not MIDI synth. That's like a computer. Really astounding. Really astounding. Great piece. Great piece. Great piece. Okay, Zav, Koudelka from Incantation from Koudelka. A great song from an obscure PS1 title. There aren't many tracks in this game, but a few there are stand out. They almost seem out of place considering this is a horror-themed game, but this seemingly makes them more memorable. You did a 2-week silent Buddhist meditation retreat. You know, I've always thought about it, but I don't think I could. I don't think that right now I have the like mental ability to do it. Like it's the effort required to like go away for 2 weeks and just sit with my body and mind. I do have to get back to it. At one point, I was meditating for about 45 to 60 minutes a day at the like height of my opera journey. One time I really felt strongly that I saw God because I was meditating and I like saw the universe. I saw like galaxies and stuff, and I like saw these blue dots out in the distance, and I like got close to them. It's crazy. I mean, you're not supposed to attach yourself to any thoughts when you're meditating because it's all just like whatever. But I would have just the craziest visions that I would just never see any other time. I remember at one point I was actually in the Civil War, and like there was well, I don't know if I was, but I saw like an exchange in the Civil War with like a Union officer. That was weird. I saw a lot of images when I was meditating really intensely for that slew, where I would also end up falling asleep, which you're absolutely not supposed to do. But I just was always tired and stressed, so my body just like would always just let me rest. But meditation, I always felt like the moment after meditating always felt so like cathartic. And 45 minutes is a very long time, but you really can train yourself to sit still and do body scans and so on and so forth for hours and hours. I think the most I was ever doing was 1 full hour. Yeah, beautiful stuff. I miss it. I actually kind of should go back to it. But anyway, Koudelka, let's do it. Incantation. That was Reminiscence from You Know. Was there a peace pipe involved? No. Just me. Whoa, that's like low-key spicy. Bum, brum, bum, brum. Wow, nice shift. So I'm pretty sure that's got some modal movement in it, and it's really interesting because it has this edge of like danger and mystery, doesn't it? It's kind of crazy. What an interesting piece, especially looking at the. Well, hold on, while we're here. The fuck. What?
Well, no unless I try. That thing's not gonna die unless I shoot it 2 or 3 times.
What? Bro, that's crazy. Oh, I see tank controls. I'm good. Jesus. That's so unique, yeah. Ooh, Soul Calibur 3. Hour of Destiny. Hell yeah. I've been so impressed by Soul Calibur soundtrack. It's not even funny. Pop, pop, pop. Oh no. Whoa. The French horn is glorious, dude. Tremolo on the strings. Do we know what the name of this sort of Japanese flute is? Suck. Rukagenki. Could be. It's either. Yeah. Yeah, I love how Soul Calibur is so vast in its sound. It's sick. Also love how classically based it is too. Kramen, why are you giving Redcar grimace faces? Because Kramen Redcar also wanted to post Soul Calibur 3. Man. Actually, you asked me, and I chose something else rather than your SC throw. Dude, I don't even know what day it is anymore. You just gotta go right by you. I don't even know anymore. I don't know why I've decided that today I want to shit on Kramen, but... So you think the Soul Calibur 3 was the first of the Gooner games? I mean, with Yojimbo in it, how could it not be? So... Makes sense. Just kidding, Kramen. You guys can double post the same game. It doesn't bother me at all, by the way. I'm pretty easygoing. Anno 1800. Brushwood. Oh, I'm excited to listen to more. Here's another Anno 1800 track. This is one of the tracks that plays in the New World, South America. Generally, the tracks in the game are pretty short, about 2 or 3 minutes. So I'm going to choose the longer ones for you to listen to. Or do you tech? Okay, cool. We don't care what you think, Marco. We are paying members. Where's that refund button? There's one right up here. Get a little too comfortable. Just kidding. Anno 1800 is really beautiful. You want to request the full album on Patreon? Or a full... What? Can I request a song on Patreon? Oh, that's beautiful. Of course you can. That's what it's there for. Are you a techie? I love the sense of discovery in this piece. You can just message me and I'll open up that tier for you. That tier is more of an a la carte situation. But there is a spot available right now, so if you want to, you can. I've capped the Romeo and Juliet to 2 right now, just because I want to make sure I have enough time for all of it. So just send a message on Patreon and we can sort it out. God, that's so beautiful. And I love the South America. You get like a sort of like, especially with there's a percussion instrument in the background. Now it is pretty string heavy, so it doesn't sound like, you know, it doesn't necessarily have like a southern, a South American influence to it, but Rich, you can. From the game, Renshin, or from the anime? That's so emotional. It's actually really beautiful. That's really pretty. Really, really, really pretty. Like, oh wait, I was on the wrong screen the whole time. That was lovely. Loved it. okay, so I hope that, honestly, I'm praying that Ubisoft will play nice now that I spoke with the, how many songs is that? Is it 40 or under? And can it be done in 2 live streams of 2 hours each? If so, then yes. Yeah, really beautiful shadow. Hopefully, now that Ubisoft music will hopefully start to play nice, we can do more Ubisoft music because the Anno series is very good. It's really, really good. Really, that's like so. It's just so beautiful. Huh? What? Mushihimesama Futari. Mushihimesama. Mushihimesama. Mushihimesama Futari. Mushihimesama Mushihimesama Futari. On the verge of madness. I relate. One of the songs I put up last month, so get ready for more shmup songs this month. This one's got a violin. Actually, speaking of shmup, first of all, I just want to have an excuse to say the name, but I am planning a shmup episode thanks to several of you that have been coming through and reminding me how good the music in shmups are. I wanted to take a second, actually, and share some Mushihimesama. I meant to share some of the upcoming video series that we can expect, including one that's based around shmups. We got ourselves a Warhammer music series, a Metroid series, and Underrated Gems continued. Zelda continued. VGM Battle continued. Soulsborne credits and Soulsborne best bosses videos. Rhythm games continued. VGM quizzes continued. Shmups. The greatest shmup music of all time. The greatest songs with made-up languages, Elder Scrolls main theme rankings, listening to Donkey Kong soundtrack, Underrated Gems. I already wrote that. I wrote that twice. God bless it. Metroidvania, for an excuse to highlight Ender Lilies. And Metroid itself. Castlevania. Why Castlevania stands the test of time will probably be the title of that video essay about Castlevania's music. The best of JRPGs, where I will include Suikoden. The best of platformers, and then there is a sponsored segment that I'm going to put for a Genshin. It's either going to be the Genshin boss theme from from Notlan, or it's going to be a re-ranking now that there are other boss themes. But I think with Genshin I'll probably just leave it to the individual boss. So those are some video ideas for the next foreseeable future. I will keep doing this until I run out of ideas, but so far so good. All right, let's listen to this and stop dilly-dallying. Mushihimesama Futari. Oh, I love that. There's a tss in the background here that's so cool. Tss, 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 tss. So cool. What the fuck? Oh my god, look at that design. Holy shit. The pterodactyl. Holy balls. Ow. Whoa! Whoa! Holy fuck, like what? Oh man, shmups are insane. What was the shmup I bought the other day because of this infernal Patreon? JK. I appreciate you guys so much. So Zero Ranger I've had, but then there was another one. Where's Honey Pop? Is it in here? No, okay, good. I can show you. Ikaragi, I think it was. Ikaragi. Yeah, Ikaruga. That's the one. I mean, I played it for 2 minutes, but I did buy it. It's very hard, but it's purchased. Oh, and yeah, and Toho. That's true. That's true. I've had that one though. Hey Zero, what's up? All right, let's keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. All right, Fjord. Oh, wow. We're all about the city builders here. Victoria 3 in Ordinary Life. Nothing ordinary about that violin. Wow, it has a little bit of Rayfon Williams in it too. Just a little bit of the Lark Ascending in there. That's cool. I love how the dancing quality in that too, a little bit. Oh, and the piano little trickle in. There's nothing ordinary about this. Bum, 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 ba, da, 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 ya, da, 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 Wow, really beautiful. You know, and there is an ordinary quality to it. The bouncing quality in that really feels like, you know, you're living your life in the 1800s. But really, or well, I guess maybe more like the 1900s maybe. But you know, there's like a young child, like a young person's life, like under the age of 14, like kind of bumbling around or swimming in the lakes, or you know, like there's a little bit of melancholy, or it's like toiling in the field. So I guess an ordinary day makes sense, but there is I don't know, it's so interesting. Like life is beautiful, but also complex at the same time. So there's like some degree of brightness, but then also a degree of sadness at the same time. It's cool. All right, we're going to dive back into mount themes from Monster Hunter Iceborne. And we'll do what are we going to do? Let's do the Kulve mount theme. Oh, hello. Wow. I forgot how awesome Kulve theme is, dude. It's so beautiful. What's up, D.E.? The domain. You're welcome, buddy. I love on that theme you get the sense of chase, obviously, and the mount theme, but then you also get the size of vastness of Kulve, but then you also get the like mystery and the magic of being on top of Kulve, like mounting Kulve. None of those words. I swear this the Eroge stream completely ruined my professionalism. The Eroge video, it destroyed my veneer of this is who I am. This is how I've always been. I'm trying to be professional. But that particular theme like highlights the beauty and highlights the majesty and the mysticism of it all, right? So like even though it's a mount theme, there's still that sense of like reverence. And what a great, I mean, the motif is really what makes it stand out. You know what I mean? You know? It's just amazing. Welcome in, Daniel. Welcome in, Dad. Domain. Interesting choice of words. Well. Oh, Legend of Heroes. Trails into Reverie. Let me hear what I've got myself. I'm not a gooner. The perfect This is the final battle of Trail into Reverie and the conclusion. All right, I'm going to not read the rest of that because I don't want to spoil myself. Question, have I heard this before? I don't think so. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. This also sounds like Attack on Titan. Yeah. Man, this sounds really serious. da 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 da. Wow, it's so intense. Really, really beautiful. I really love the way that the chorus swells. And you think it's mid? 5 reasons why you think it's mid. Go ahead. The only way we're allowed to say things are mid or bad is we have to explain them. That's what we do on these streams. Why is it mid? You need to know why. What makes that song mid to you? I really like the choir. It is bombastic pretty much the entire time, but it also makes sense because it's like a final fight. It's really, really, really powerful. And, you know, you're trying to, yeah, exactly. Trying to their comment got deleted. Oh, damn. Well, whatever. They should still explain why they think it's mid. Oh, that's hilarious. Sorry, I can't see when comments get deleted on this particular chat. All that to say, like, the intensity of it's really, really cool. And I also feel like it really like has that feeling of like, holy shit, like, you know, one of the songs made me cry. I really liked it. And it feels like the stakes must be really high. So I'm excited to hear this in context because as I've slowly been working my way through Trails in the Sky, it'll probably take me probably the rest of the year to get to this particular track, but I'm looking forward to getting to listen to this in context because it's such a high stakes moment where it feels like it's not just about the boss, it's also about like everything that comes with it, right? So it's not just like, oh, the boss is scary and intense. Oh no, this is actually like everything that follows this particular circumstance is a big deal. You know what I mean? I don't mind opinions. I love opinions. But you can't just say like one word and then not explain why. If I have to, everyone has to. You can ask, yeah, whatever you want. If you have a question about Patreon, you can ask it. No big deal. No heroes allowed. Theme of protecting the Demon Lord. Slightly obscure game for the PS Vita. You were summoned to a new world as the great Demon Lord to help the evil Badman and his daughter Badmela to take over the world. Wow, it sounds like back when PlayStation had a soul. But pesky heroes keep standing in the way. This is the theme that plays when a hero invades your dungeon. Was surprised you were listening to Monster Hunter music until I realized one just destroyed the camp I was AFK in and it wasn't the... Was it Kumatrace? Kumatrace? Surprise! Bottle, bottle, bottle. Ba-do-dum, 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 ba-do-dum. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. It's very quirky, isn't it? It's kind of charming, actually. It definitely gives it the vibe of like, you know, fear and sort of like being in an environment that's sort of odd and a little bit of danger. You know what I mean? But the loop is fun. I mean, is that my favorite piece? Absolutely not. No. But I appreciate that it's trying to deliver like watch out, heroes. You know what I mean? It's a little quirky and a little definitely like leans in on the like joke of it. So with that tier, you just highlight one of the two. So we put two just in case there's more time at the end of the month, which there usually isn't. Or usually I will take the Friday if we finish like we finished early last month, so I took the Friday off to play Wilds. So either you choose, either you give me the choice to pick between the two, or you highlight it and then that's the one I'll do, if that makes sense. Sorry if it's confusing. I've tried to revamp it like 5 different times and it's always not ideal. Toho 19. So see, I'll show you here. So in the case of this particular, in this particular case, Poison Zero provided 2 songs, but they wanted me to listen to Toho 19, Unfinished Dream of All Living Ghost. And Zydo, same thing. They gave Blue Archive and Etrian Odyssey, and if there's time, maybe we go back and we listen to listen to these. But they decided that Etrian Odyssey was fun. Listen, I was such a gamer this last week. Yes, correct. Now, the tier that gets both is the Traviata tier. Traviata tier, you put 2 songs, I'll listen to both. And you'll get bumped up to the top just because of that, where that tier sits. And that's a new rule. I know I think overall we've streamlined this. And yeah, I thought this was going to be you, Holly, but it's Atsumi, but it's God, I just said you're oh no, it was just the gameplay of RE6. I'm fine with the music. I'm fine with the music. Can I ask a question? How many of you watching slash on the stream slash in the VOD later are non-patrons? Just out of curiosity. Because I know it says listening to patron suggestions, but this is technically for everybody. I hope people know. I mean, I'm fine with it being for patrons as well. But awesome. Oops, the fuck is happening? Oh, I was touching. Oh, cool. Okay, good. There are people that aren't patrons. That's really important to me. Oh, perfect. Okay, good. You guys just want to enjoy. Yeah. No. I'm not asking because I'm like trying to cajole you guys or put you on the spot. I just was genuinely curious. Totally. What's up, Daniel? Hey, you were one of the first too. Cool. Okay, great. That means a lot because it's important that you. I can't get over that username. Good. All right, good. I want you to feel like it's you don't need to explain why. I wasn't asking for an explanation. I was just curious because I wanted to make sure that people understood that it wasn't just for patrons, you know? Yeah. I think it's a great way for us to gather and honestly, like there's just not enough there's really in truth, there's no way you have too many monthly subs. I mean, I think you know what to do. When you put it like that. No, I'm just kidding. I think it's what's really cool about the Patreon is that first of all, it supports the channel. Obviously, but more than anything, I think we get to come together and listen to music, and talk about it. And hopefully I say something insightful. And if I don't say something insightful, at least we get to listen to really good music. There's just so much that, Momo, we all agreed that the price increase was how it needed to be. Yeah, it's just impossible. It's impossible for me to know every piece of music that has ever existed. I have also found some bangers, and more than anything, I just think it keeps an open mind. It keeps a flexibility. So, I'm glad that people aren't just, it's not just the Patreon community, although, I think I've worked really hard to cultivate for the patrons a sense of community, of special privilege and stuff. But more than anything for me, it's like, okay, well, let's I know you're joking. Let's get people to come together and enjoy music. And that's ultimately what the point is. Yes, if anything, God forbid anything were to happen, I definitely feel safe. So, for that, holy shit, like, it's huge. I've tried to extend myself as much as possible. Like the anime streams have been a little touch and go. But I'm really blown away by it. There's a couple people I know that have added basically like exclusively either Patreon requests, or then they'll also do anime, and they may make a lot of money, but like they can't take time off, like I can't do that. Like this is the only way that I've been able to like really find it that it works, like just every Friday or whatever day of the week. Now we have two folks in the upper register, or the upper tier for, listening to soundtracks. So I think like I'm always striving to find a balance so that, and I honestly, I will say that one of the things that I haven't done well just because of time is making sure that I'm also opening up music, listening to the entire community around the channel, not just patrons. I think that that's a blind spot for me, where I'm definitely, I want to find the time to do that and do like opera watch parties again. I wish there was more time in the day. Like, I think that that's the thing that sucks, is that I really value my game time. So Tuesdays and Wednesdays have become sort of a ritual for me. Like, I really don't like missing those of just playing a game, even if I hate the game. Tuesdays and Wednesdays are really important to me for like playing games. Now, thankfully, I do stop work at 5, like a pretty set rules. Like I don't stream after a certain hour usually. I don't play, I'll play games on my own, or I'll play with the mods or whatever, like, or my other friends. Like it's really important to me to have like a structured schedule, like a normal person. But I am terminally online, which is not necessarily healthy, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like we're doing what we can. I'm doing the best I can to make sure everyone feels heard, and I do. The community posts are frequent enough where basically the community is actually creating the content. I'm just creating the conversation around it. But I try to post at least a couple Patreon. No, I'm sorry. I do try to post a couple community quite like music posts at least twice a week, if not more, and then I try to film those videos pretty quickly so that whatever we do end up picking, and I have help picking the pieces just because I can't navigate through 300 suggestions now, but so I hope that people see those, and I know it's probably a small percentage of the community that actually engages with it, especially when you look at the subscriber number. But yeah, it's been interesting. I feel like these streams are some of my favorite streams because, and I always love when Sumi says that it's their favorite day of the week, which is like so sweet. But they're nice because I feel like an actual like sense of community with these streams, rather than like, oh, today I'm streaming such and such, you may be interested in it. These streams are like people that watch these post after, hello VOD watcher, or someone who comes in on the stream right now. We're all kind of gathered for a common cause, and that feels really nice, and I really do appreciate that. You know what I mean? You're not making I'm making. What's up, boss? An artist in a rural country. Yeah, I mean, I know you have to be terminally online. Good evening. Oh, I'm grateful. This is one of the only streams. I've never watched a stream. Like, I don't think I've ever sat down for an extended period of time and watched a streamer. It's really weird. For me, this is the first community in life that listens to all music. Yeah. Besides country. Fuck that. Don't ever request any country. I will skip it. Anyway, what were we doing? I went on another classic meatball tangent there. Man, I do love my... we're listening to Poison Zero, a Toho 19, of course. Tiny Shangri-La loops around 3:35, but the song is a banger from the newest game released in August. If you request country next month, I will refund you and block you. I will refund you and block you. No, Timberhearth is folk, which I enjoy. But it is close to country. I like Timberhearth. Oh my god, next month is April, you're right. Oh shit. If you post fucking country in here, I will skip it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're a non-patron. That's true. I appreciate all you non-patrons being here as much as I appreciate all the patrons being here. Baby, lock them doors and turn the lights down low. You guys are ridiculous. I'm curious what is wrong with country. Oh, modern country just bothers me because hell yeah. Country bothers me. I don't really like the twang, number one. Number two, I don't really like... Actually, great question. Why do I not like country? This goes for that person that said that piece was mid. They have to answer. Now I have to answer. Why don't I like country? I find it incredibly whiny. I find it like really uninteresting. It doesn't really go anywhere. And I also I find the twang incredibly annoying. Key. I got me a beer and a tractor. Actually love Far Cry 5, by the way. No trophy bass 3D or real fishing. Oh, that's fair. Do those? I don't hate Donkey Kong Country. I just I have a skill issue. Sarcastic loser is right. I'm just kidding. I'm feeling really spicy today. I'm sorry. This is sarcasm, by the way. I don't mean any of this, just so you know. I'm looking at names on a screen. I mean no disrespect in any way. Although it is hilarious getting a comment, Marco hates Donkey Kong Country, from a username Sarcastic Loser. Nothing wrong with weird and not weird, but also there's never any pressure for that. Georgia blues, oh my god, lolly, what? It's I like bluegrass. It's just like country. Southern, I'm thinking like Keith Urban, any Carrie Underwood. I like Rascal Flatts. Don't feel bad. There's no reason to feel bad. No real substance. I think that's fair. I like rap a lot, actually. Gonna feed my horse a beer. Oh, I love Switzerland. Oh my goodness. We have a Swiss. We have a Swiss. A Swede. No, that's Sweden. We have a Swiss. I was just talking about Switzerland earlier, about Genève and Verbier. 90s rap you can't beat. You can't beat 90s rap. Man, Dr. Dre, Eminem, early days Eminem. I pretty much only listen to video game music if I listen to music. Honestly, I haven't been listening to video game music outside of like work, which has been really interesting. And it's been really nice to not, but I really enjoy video game music so much. Like, it's hard for me to want to find something else. Last year for April Fools, I did 4 minutes and 22 seconds. No, you're not prodding. The Americana sound to think like FC5. Yeah, sure. It's definitely, I would definitely consider it country. Oh, hey, Sam. You found it in November on accident when you caught the Monster Hunter bug. The Safi Jiva music reaction. I like that one a lot. That's one of my favorite videos. I mean, when I say, also, like, to be clear, like, I only hate, you want to know a story? The only thing, oh, I appreciate that, Bacon. Yeah. I only hate, well, I hate two people in my life. But the only, you got any more story times for the channel? Like the shit one? Oh, like that video? Probably not. I think I'm probably going to leave that at the door. I love Bo Burnham. I really, hate is a very strong word. I'll listen. If you posted country, I would listen to it and I would try to explain why I like it or dislike it. But I would say that Jurassic 5, yeah, I think so. I had a colleague once. I was dating this person, and they probably don't even know that I hate that. I actively hate this person. Well, yeah. They were like, I was like, oh, this is my girlfriend, such and such. And they were like, oh, wow. She laughed and he goes, oh, she's too pretty for you. And I was like, ha ha ha. No, he goes, really? She's way too pretty for you. And I was like, wow, you're a giant piece of shit. I do not like you. Doubt that person remembers that. Now that person I have some degree of hatred for. I do see. I love Red Dead. Is that country? Probably is. Maybe I'm just full of shit. Maybe I don't hate anything and I'm just doing it for like attention. It's a cry for help. Like when I decided to say that I don't like Persona 5. I probably just did it because I just wanted people to talk. No, I'm very down with the spaghetti western sound. So the spaghetti western sound is terrific. Yeah, no, it's very disrespectful. You have a fun video idea? Is Marco but that's yeah, I like folk. I really like folk. So folk is interesting to me as a genre. We'll get back to music in a second, but like, so I took a European folk song course back in undergrad, and what I find really interesting, music from games that I loved growing up as a video with a bunch of story time. Hey, what a great idea, Zero. Can I steal that? Do I have your permission? What a great idea. Because I've been thinking about how to talk about like music from my childhood. I really like it. There's some Japanese stuff too that will do like country, that kind of style. Like it's like spaghetti western, but in like a Japanese setting. I think that's really cool too. Yeah, no, I mean, hate is a very powerful word, that I think gets way overused. There was a thread I was trying to connect with earlier about disliking things. I can't remember. Pay you $2? Guarma. All right, let's listen to Tahoe 19, Unfinished Dream of All Living Ghost, the Shangri-La. Oh, folk. I'm sorry. Before we sorry, Poison. This is like the worst blue ball ever. But folk music is really interesting. So I was taking this course, and essentially, like, we were just talking about the fact that like folk music is really passed down not through writing it, but through like sharing it and repeating it a lot. And I find folk music to be so mesmerizing because you know it came from a person. Like obviously compositions come from people, but what I think is really cool is the fact that folk music allows people to connect to like their souls, right? The expression, without all the like the pomp of like writing something down, like just passing it by sound. It's such a folk music is such a powerful thing. And so like Georgia bluegrass, for instance, a lot of the style of, or blues itself, like all of that was basically improvised anyway. You know what I mean? I do think that mid is extremely overused. Like, I think unfortunately as a society, I was thinking about this. So I was watching a YouTuber stream a little bit of Split Fiction, which I'm not going to get. I'm not interested in it. It's just not a game I want to spend my time on right now. But like, it was amazing reading the chat and reading how many people were just sitting there hate watching the experience, talking about the graphics being average, or like, what the hell is this? What is this game? When does it come out? Like, wow, this is mid, or like, wow, this looks like a 2005 game, or wow, this blah, 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 blah. And I couldn't help but just look at it and be like, holy shit, like, I can't relate. And now I assume that these people are much younger than me too. But as I've gotten older, if I don't like something, or if I'm not interested in something, I just don't seek out that media. Certainly not to the point of leaving a random ass rude comment on some YouTuber's live stream. You know, like, it's just, yeah, it's like, damn. No, Red Car, can you link me again? I'm sorry. But there's a lot of like gorgeous folk music. Anyway, I don't know. I'm all over the place. All right, let's just I love the word gauche, by the way. Yeah, mockery has become very, when people say like, if you can't stand the, like when all that shit went down with that thumbnail, people are like, well, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. And it's like, bro, maybe just don't put the fucking heat on in the kitchen. You know what I mean? Like, how about that? Why are we, I actually talked to my therapist about this. So, oh God, is this too private? Let me think. No, it's not. I'll let you know if something's too private. So I was talking with my therapist because I admittedly am a fairly sensitive person, which I think, vulnerability is sort of required for the work that I do, talking about music, celebrating it, so on and so forth, right? And I've always been a sensitive guy. Like, it's always been like vulnerability and emotional maturity. Like I've never been perfect, but I do like to think that I lead forward with those key tenets, right? And I was talking with my therapist about this, and I was like, well, what's the deal? Like, how is it that like people just get off by saying this mean shit? And it's like, and moreover, why? Not only, I understand that it's not fair, and unfortunately, like that's just the reality of a public-ish position, right? But like, how do I navigate this? And my therapist said something really interesting. He said, loving kindness can be used as a tool to help people be the best version of themselves. And I was like, well, how so? Like, he was like, well, a shadow ban is actually you helping people from stopping them from continuing to behave in a certain way. And I was like, oh. He's like, when you respond to somebody who feels that they can do a better job than you or wants you to do something a certain way, thank you so much for that feedback. I had some comments on that opera video where I was telling like sort of my horror stories from the opera days. And we decided to go with a thumbnail that is very much in line with what would people, the black background with the text. And it's like, you see it all over YouTube. And actually I had like 10 unsubscribes from that video. And I think it was 9 actually, which is sort of odd, but whatever. And people are like, whoa, holy clickbait. And I'm like, I'm gonna stop you right there. This is why this isn't clickbait. And if you think you can do better and you don't like that I'm using this type of thumbnail, I would encourage you to message my mods and describe exactly how I should craft this thumbnail. I explain why I do what I do. But to me, that's loving kindness, because I'm saying to you, hey, I'm willing to hear you out. If you really don't like it, let me know how to do it better. I'm here for it. So in essence, instead of being a victim or allowing myself to be perceived as a victim, I'm saying, I'm going to stop you right there. You're being inappropriate. Hide from channel. I'm going to help you, whether you realize it or not, make the right choice. And that's been really interesting for loving kindness. I saw on Twitter, someone brought up the whole like race thing with Genshin and randomly had a picture of my direct quote. And I wrote in response, I said, yes, that's me. I meant what I said. And if Wuthering Waves does it, I'll say it then too. Also, please delete this off of your phone. You shouldn't have this. It's very depressing. I don't think this is healthy for you. Please delete that from your phone. Oh no, I'm going to. I'm going to, don't worry. The new Genshin video, yes. Anyway. Blah, blah, blah. Let's check out Tiny Shangri-La. Loops around 3:35. Ooh. Yeah, I mean the melody in that is like so terrific and lovely. I like how it's like it's cool too because there's the piano melody and then there's the arhu melody and it has it has this like incredibly sort of ethereal vibe. Like playing a shmup with that kind of music in it is really like interesting to me because it actually I think it kind of like helps drive forward the I don't know. I like shmup music in general. Now that I've been exposed to about 6 or 7 pieces from these games, and I know that we've heard a lot of Toho, but I've never like focused in on what makes it so good. It's almost like I needed some of the other stuff to like understand Toho's music better. But it's so meditative, and it really gets you in like a trance-like state. It's really cool. Yeah, I mean. I don't know that it's like for like casual listening, like in this context, like I think probably in game it's better, but I really liked that. I would love to actually like experience the level and hear this, you know what I mean? Or at least watch some gameplay and stuff. So I just was really enjoying that. Also, sorry, Carson, I didn't mean to not read it. I think, it would be helpful in the future if you just put in quotes the one that you want in the title so that because I'm reading the notes pretty quickly, if that makes sense. Not because I'm like blowing past them, but just because I'm reading left to right and I'm reading pretty quickly. I did yap a long time. You should go back and rewind. There's some pearls in there. As we move into Wilds, I think it's a good idea to appreciate the many mount themes Monster Hunter. Oh, Sapphire. Oh, to be fair to me, I did see it's Sapphire time, but I didn't fully put that together. So, are you cool? Can we listen to that? The other the spin around. I just want to make sure. I'm sorry about that. I did enjoy. Carson's probably watching the part where I. Are you good with that? I'm sorry. Just put it in parentheses, Safajiva. All right, Etrian Odyssey 4, The Legend's Successor. Also, again, a reminder, I am a sarcastic, playful person, so anything I'm saying is not meant in a negative way. You stand before the Heavenbringer. Okay. Etrian Odyssey 4, The Legend's Successor. All right, cool. Oh yeah, you can hear it. 8 minutes? Does this loop? It's got to loop. There's no way it's 8 minutes. No Etrian Odyssey piece is 8 minutes. Oh yeah, Atrian 4 has this fully orchestrated. I don't think 3. It might be 3 too. Carson next month. Spin around. The loop around. When we go back. You could put this in a symphony hall and no one would know. It's absolutely stupid how you would literally... You could put this in a symphony hall and no one would know. It's dumb. Insane. Spectrum, I'm pretty sure Zinnia's theme is in this video. That I can't send you because... There it is. Man, that's really sick. I gotta say, again, I mean, the fact of the matter is that like that is legitimately an orchestra piece that honestly you could put in a symphony hall, and all those blue bloods and all those, you know, those folks that are so like hoity-toity about what they listen to, and all the, you know, the possible preconceptions that exist about video game music, they just wouldn't know. They just wouldn't know. They just wouldn't know. It's insane. What's up, Sphere? What's up? How you doing? You know, and that's the thing that really grinds my gears, is that, you know, they're amazing and really, really good pieces of music, you know. And by blue bloods I meant blue hairs. It's old people. Anyway, listen, I don't need your shit. Hold on one second. Yeah, so we have 36 tracks left for this month in the Tosca tier, and then 9 in the 11 in the Turandot tier. So I think I'll stop there for today. We've had a good solid 4 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, except I'm leaving right now, Sphere. What? But you could. That's great that you saw Mickey 17. Yeah, I really, you know, as always, I really appreciate, you know, listening to these pieces with me, hanging out, and exploring what makes this music so amazing. It's also just fun it's so fun to discover stuff. So anyway, thanks a ton, everybody. I hope you enjoy a terrific weekend, especially those of you that are enjoying the Suikoden remaster. I'm really looking forward to diving into it this weekend as well, hopefully for a couple hours. With that, I will talk to all of you very soon. Take care, be well. Of course, yeah, that's true. I'm going to go for a walk because I didn't do that today. Next stream is next Friday. Every Friday is Patreon Friday listening day. So thank you, everybody.